youching? Why are you the youcher? Okay, why are you the youcher? That's not healthy. That's not kind. That's
Uh,
not good.
I moved my neck slightly funny.
Okay. I'm gonna turn my volume up a bit so I can actually be heard. Maybe turn Limbus down a bit, assuming Limbus is gonna be loud. Uh, I guess you're gonna be witness this with me because you're here. There's no escape for you. It's Jimmy Neutron time.
Dang.
Okay.
Okay.
Limbus. My Limbus company did not update. Manage downloads. I Limbus. Something is wrong with specifically Limbus company, and it's really annoying.
A Limbus Company.
this this is why we keep you around, Webslinger05.
Yeah, real and true.
You tired?
No, well, no.
No, you just sound kind of eepy. I love it. Okay. Oh my.
Downloading? What the frick?
What's up?
That said like what like, was it like 2 or like 12 gigabyte of data?
No idea. I was not paying attention. I mean, it came with like a. It's not even the whole story. Like, probably a third of the story, and then a bunch of new, like two new ID characters. Uh,
Okay, I'm gonna go with like 2
yeah,
or less.
probably. I was not paying attention either. Uh,
밤의 열기 속에서 가장 빛나는 위치에 놓인다는 건 당연하면서도 공허한 일이야. 실상은 나도 대열에 갇혀 있을 뿐이니까.
maybe a game
하지만
capture would. Okay, okay, it's working now. Ooh, I forgot. Alright. Time for me to gamble on stream. Let's go! Oh. This game is loud. Okay, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Cause I have it so the music is off. Cause I was doing something with this in the background, and it's so uncomfortable not to have the music.
That is kind of weird, yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna get slain. Cause I think so every like chapter ends with a Millie song. And Millie songs are usually copyrighted. Therefore, I'm gonna die. Um. Please. Oh, what? Oh! Yeah! Ooh, sorry, one second, I gotta grab a picture. Look at this guy!
That guy is fucking dying, dude.
Yeah, he's not doing so hot. Just do a one pull quickly. Ooh, I'm gonna have to darken my stream for a moment because I need to get this. 2,700. Okay. I have to kill my streams for like 5 seconds. Okay, technically don't need 50 in my account for this, but you know what? Let's add 50. So let's add these funds. I need, crap, I don't know my... 70. Okay, one second, I have to find my card. There's one thing that really annoys me about this game, right? Like, I love it. But the one thing is, uh, so, like, of course, it gives a lot of free, like, in-game currency, which is pretty chill of them. But I feel like as a prerequisite, because of that, not prerequisite, but, like, as an effect of that, it doesn't let you get the battle pass with free lunacy, with free currency, which is slightly annoying. You hear Web?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking. You're just so quiet. But yeah, it's like slightly annoying, but I kind of feel like it makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course they want money. um.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't like I'm just looking for my card.
Okay.
And I'm just making noises because I'm actually so confused at where I put the card. Crap. Can't find it in the car? Well, you used it to buy something last night. Online, apparently. Yeah. What's it? Somewhere in my room. I need to find it. Group meowing starts in meow. Is that person in the background alright? I'm gonna get like far behind Liz ground now. Because I don't have my card. Crap, one moment. Where is it? sorry, I have to like tear my room apart, so it'll be like a minute. Well, at this point, I might just have to clean my room, so it's the opposite problem. Where's my phone? Did somehow fall in there? Nope. it completely. Oh my goodness. Shoot. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna clean
Yeah.
my room later. I'm playing this for now. It's kind of concerning, but I really cannot.
What concerning how?
Well, I lost my debit card, and I looked really hard around my room and couldn't find it. Which, like, I
Oh,
still assume it's in my room, but, like, it could just not be.
yeah.
And then we have a different problem. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm streaming on YouTube, right?
Ah, nuts. The thing's happening again. Your mic goes all funny and makes the weird noise.
Oh, hello. I'm back.
Okay.
Don't know what that was about. You know what? Oh. I hate how quiet my mic is.
Trial?
Hello? Okay. That's better. And now I need to do that on Discord quickly.
Yeah, this has been happening a lot lately, and it's really freaking weird.
Oh, it already changed. Yeah, I have no idea what it's about. I really need to get a new microphone later, but I don't have the money right now. Well, I do have the money right now. I just don't want to spend the money right now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly make my team. Nope, that team's fine. Actually, I'll just use this team. Oh, yeah. Gotta prepare my team. Okay. Drive Inferno, the Surrendered Witnessing.
준비되었습니다. H사와 8구의 안내는 의뢰로군. 응. H사와 120번 홈으로 죽음 충동 억제. 관념 봉인. 꽃이 져. 우수수 한 가득 흩날릴 줄.
Flowers wilt, petals fall, a drizzle of blossom, sky blotting. Oh, Web, you should get on my stream, by the way, SMH.
빛깔이 잃고 싶은
Colors fade, fragrance dies, but who shall mourn their passing?
꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고 뜰을 나섰건만.
In hand a flower rake. What the heck is a flower rake?
떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까.
Only to pace, lest crushed, the scattered blossoms I make.
그러니까 결국 이 풍진 세상.
Thus, in this troubled world, I breathe
눈을 감자.
to shut my eyes.
벗어날 도리가 없겠지.
Is my soul reprieve? Little bow, Bao. You must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
편하진 않았어요.
Wouldn't say I suffered much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new and interesting things. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading it. I'm just gonna read it in my brain because, like, it's voice acted and the voice acting's chill.
애초에 이걸 식탁이라고 부르는 게 맞나요? 여기서부터 저기까지
어딘가 불편하신 점이라도 있으신가요? 혹여 소인이 도울 일은
불편? 당연히 밥 먹는데 성가시게 왔다 갔다 하는 게 제일 불편.
아니에요. 불편한 거 하나도 없어요.
그럼 보호가 친구분들을 소개시켜주겠니?
나 참 남의 부모님을 만났을 때는 어떻게 돼야 할지 영 어색해가지고. 시소는 어딜 둬야지? 이 정도로 웃으면 되나?
그럴 필요까지는 없어요. 내 집이다 여기시고 편하게 있으세요.
아싸, 땡큐.
왔다.
라고 하기엔 집이 넓어도 너무 넓어서 편할 수가 없는데 말이지. 이러다간 물 한 잔 마시러 가다가 미아가 되어버리겠어.
그건 걱정 마세요. 안 그래도 미아보호소 시설이 방 곳곳에 있거든요. 시종분들이 달에 한 번 방문해서 길 잃은 분들을 구조해 주신답니다. 물론 그때까지 살아계신다면 말이죠.
That's great.
홍루 씨, 지금까지 들은 것 중 제일 웃기려고 한 말은 아니지만 덕택에 재밌으셨다면.
그런데 홍묵은 다른 형제들은 어디에 있는가? 그대의 환영식이라고 들었는데 말이야.
내 환영식이기도 하거든. 그리고 얼굴만 봐도 인상 구겨지는 놈들을 보아서 뭐래? 같은 식탁에 앉아본 것만 해도 거진 10년 전. 그리고 말 걸지 마. 아까 내가 한 말 잊었어? 난 이제 너희들과는 완전히 등을 돌린 사이라니까. 우리가 먼저 말을 걸었나? 저는 우리 포기가 이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가 되어 무탈한 모습으로 돌아오니 그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다. 그러니 보호가 재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
When are you gonna freak off or something?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
그래. 우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
그럴게요, 할머니.
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요. 가마! 우와, 여기는 무슨 가마를 타고
그래 소두씨, 우리가 그 가마라는 것을 타고 가는 거지? 그렇지?
네, 여러분들과 가시춘 씨는 H사의 주요 가문의 일원이 거주하는 대관원으로 가시.
Oh. Okay, heading to Grandview Garden.
아니요, 그쪽에서는 아직 모르는 사안일 겁니다. 회사도 정보 유출을 막기 위해 방금 저희에게 이 사항을 전달했을 테니까요. 그저 귀향한 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨를 환대하기 위해 보낸 것일 테죠. 그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는 건 초대를 받은 여기 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨, 그리고 그들을 따르는 세력들뿐. LCCB 팀과 베르길리오스 씨, 카론 씨는 함께할 수 없죠. 안타깝게도
아쉽네요. 같이 갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
항상 이런 식이지. 우리 집 어른들은 여기 있는 사람들 다 재워도 티도 안 날 만큼 넓으면서. 어머나, 그 말은 좀 감동인걸요? 가시춘 씨도 저희와 방금 전에 시원하게 내 뒤통수를 후려쳐놓고 말하는 꼬락서니가 얄밉네. 애초에 가주대전에 참가한다는 게 무슨 뜻인지 우리가 가주심사라는 버젓한 명칭을 두고 왜 대전이라고 말하고 다니는 거라 생각하는 거야? 너희는 이제부터 언제든지 목숨이 노려지는 곳으로 들어가는 거라고. 당연히. 객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어? 그때는 웨이가 네 목숨줄을 지켜줬지만 이젠 밤중에 직접
미리 유감이라는 말씀을 드리는 편이 좋겠습니다. 당신들에게는 칼끝을 겨누고
그건 우리도 여는데.
반대로 말해서 너희도 언제든지 나를 찌를 수 있다는 뜻이고.
아니요. 그럴 생각은 절대.
마음을 바꿀 마지막 기회일 수도 있어. 나는 마냥 가벼운 마음으로 내 세력에 들어오라고 제안한 게 아니야. 하물며 가주대전은 그렇게 쉽게 한다만다를 결정할 수 있는 문제는 절대.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이 지춘 나 역시도 어렸을 때부터 가주대전에 대한 이야기를 수도 없이 그러니 우리가 느끼고 있는 무게감은
그래. 여리게나마 이어져 왔던 협력 관계는 뭐 상관없어. 필요에 의한 잠깐의 동맹치고는 너무 오래 끈 편이긴 했지. 원래대로 돌아가는 것뿐이니까. 그럼 태평이 말이나 섞는 건
네가 원한다면 시춘 가문의 사람들에게는 내가 참가 당분간은 비밀로 두는 편이 좋다고 해서 말이야.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을 한다고 내가 이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아? 아니면 그냥 저쪽이 시켜서.
내가 가주대전에 참가하는 건 이미 정해진 일일 텐데 그걸 궁금해하는 거라면 시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에 중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
또 그렇게 나오겠다는 거지. 가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면서 내가 왜 그런 걸 물어봤는지 모르겠다고? 대답은 됐어. 더 말 섞을 필요 없겠네. 그런 얄팍하고 허튼 마음으로 어디까지 살아남을지 보는 것도 재밌다.
과장님! 곧 가마한 대가 도착한답니다!
어제를 생각하면 오늘은 푹 쉬면서 가고 싶다고. 그럼 빨리 타러. 아니, 지금 온 건 우리가 먼저 탈. 어차피 양보해주는 거엔 도가 텄을 거 아니야, 오빠. 응? 그런 게 어딨어. 공평하게. 야, 차라리 가주대전도 가위바위보로 결정하자고 하지 그래?
아이고, 겨우 좀 치우자. 저기 있다. 가마를 기다리고 있는 걸 보니 의뢰자가 말한 후보가 분명해.
저쪽에서 후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가 사이와뿐은 아니었을 테지. 관리자님, 다음 가마가 오기 전에
Alright. tremor.
해보십시오.
Kill that guy. Kill that guy. Wait, no, I'm not gonna rip Dimension turn 1. Also, why is she on my team? What the frick?
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
Okay.
단순히 구본 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
I'm not smart enough to stream this game. Staggered, nice. Maybe I should read. Oh my goodness, don't get like hit, dude. What the heck?
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을
Okay.
썰고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
Kill that guy.
부수적인 효과를
Yeah, you're
기대하십시오.
you're good. You're doing good. Memorial Possession, Requiem, Rip Dimension, then hit them with Ward.
공간을 뭉갠다.
그간의 전투 경험이 속에서 ham 좋지 않습니다.
Oh, I accidentally paused it. Whoops. What the frick?
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
대변에 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
코괴하게.
꿰뚫려라.
I'm wondering how many are out today.
끝내기 죄가 너무 크고.
Both of you shut up. Do I have coffins now? Yeah, 2 coffins. Oh, what's his SP at? He has full. You know what that means? I say to myself,
목을 내놓고 있도록.
부족해 차려졌지 않아.
these guys have surprisingly decent health. Oh, I was out of ammo. Crap. Oh, good. That was actually worse than I expected it to be.
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 전환한다.
Oh, that was decent damage. Not as good as it could have been. Oh, they're dead. Thanks for Julius for remembering. I remember your exploits.
적은 없습니다. 관리자님.
I remember your sinner exploits. Okay.
전날처럼 끝도
There's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here were endless.
그때는 얄팍한 술수에
Too
속아 넘어갔으니까.
shallow, but still.
기분이 많이 상하신 듯 보였죠.
그런데 이번 일은 시춘이가 서운해할 만. 우리가 들었던 홍론의 가족을 생각해봐. 그 난리통 속에서 유일하게 동맹의 여지가 생겼던 사람인데 갑자기 배신이라니. 그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고 있는 저도 덩달아 민망해질 뻔했지 뭐예요. 아니 근데 명색이 H사인데 왜 가마만 덜렁 보내주는 거래요? 기왕이면 호위들도 같이 호위까지 보내줄 만큼 가족애가 넘치는 집안이었으면 처음부터 가주 심산이 뭐니 하는 것도 열지 않았겠죠. 철저한
True.
형식의 세계. 가주 후보들조차도 수십 명은 있을 테지만 그들 중 누구 하나가 길바닥. 실례했어요, 홍루 씨. 제가 너무 직설적으로 말을 내뱉었네요. 예전에는 이쯤 말하기 전에 누가 나서서 말.
개념치 마세요. 다 맞는 말일 뿐인걸요. 저도 다른 집들은 이렇지 않다는 걸 깨닫기까지 조금 오래 걸리긴 했지만 있는 그대로의
Took me a while to realize other families didn't brutally kill each other and stuff.
My knee.
Why did your knee fricked up and evil?
I like moved it, and it like popped into a slightly better position than it was before.
Oh, so that's a good thing?
Yeah, it's been kind of fricked up for a while. I mean, on and off.
Well, that's good. Good. Good thing that it's good. Thumbs up. Did anyone else hear that ominous bell
That time I
tolling?
just knocked into something.
Ah, my knee now feels better than before. Slammed into something.
Yeah, I sure hope nothing. Gee, I sure hope I don't stub my toe. I was then stabbed 57 times.
Marked by their clarity. This bell is muddled, as if it tolls for ill fortune on the horizon.
이 소리를 들으니까 왔다는 게 더욱 실감나네요. 이 종소리는 일정
It tolls every once in a while. You can hear its resonance from anywhere in
나네요.
Hongyeon.
제적일이네요.
It's restructuring day. Shut up, I don't know who you are, I say, even though I know who you are clearly. But the restructuring day already? What the frick is the restructuring day? Brutal scene unfolds before us.
보여요?
Oh.
건물들이 제가
각각으로 움직이고 있어요.
That's fun.
이 근방에 있는 모든 건물에 움직임이 관측된다. 남겨진 것은 없군. 어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이 있긴 했으나 이 정도의 규모는 아니었네만.
So, like, what's the convenience of a city where every building randomly moves, like, one day out of, like, a month or something?
밤중에 보셨던 건 제3의 전조 현상이었을 거예요. 공간의 재분배를 위해 알맞은 위치로 조금 이동했을 뿐일걸요. 제대로 된 시작은 지금부터일 테죠.
그게 전조 현상이었다고요?
지금의 홍원보다도
The remnant of an old age corp.
남긴 잔재라고
There, long before the current Pyongyang. This structure has been here for a while.
무엇을 위한 특이점인지
We can't quite know the nature of its purpose or its singularity, but at this moment they shift based on current age corp's
움직이고
restructuring standards. But those who toiled and toiled have not to fear. It is not joyous to have a place to rest. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight? To those who weren't availed of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might. Await the coming month. Ponder how one might save their skin. How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on not to all things too tight, for you may lose sight of when to let go, and for an ignorance when you must take flight. Oh, feign ignorance once you must take flight, yeah. The consequences of reassembly for the evicted is a endless plummet.
보고만 있기에는
What a terrible, distressing sight to behold. Unable to do aught to help.
그것도 H사의
Is this another one of H Corp's idiosyncrasies? Idiocracies? Like it.
다른 존재에게 부의 척도를 재는 신랑 가치가
I don't know.
존재하지 않던가요?
Did otherness have their own measures of one's own wealth or one's wealth? Yeah.
T사가 시간을 재화로 썼던 것처럼
As T Corp makes use of time as currency. As T Corp makes use of time as currency. Exactly. Each corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms.
소유한 건물의 면적이 곧 재산의 척도라는 말.
I'd estimate the measure of one's space is the measure of one's wealth. Exactly. So, every month, the worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned.
다가 갑자기
So they can just kick me out of my home for no reason? What kind of ridiculous rule is that?
잘한 적 없는 저희야 그렇게 느끼겠지만
To an outsiders like us. The calculations behind the redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time. So it seems to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives.
씨도 직접
Have you seen this happen in person too, Honglu? This restructuring day? I have.
방에 있는 난간에서
Sometimes I'd watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴 했지만
It happens far, far away from me, but I can see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil as he calmly reminisces. Wake up!
제가 살았던 대관원은 제적 일에 별 관심이 없었어요. 그곳은 방이 늘어날지언정 줄어들 일은 없는 곳이었거든요.
I find this all so cool, but like, how am I supposed to say these words Daguan Yan? Daguan Yan?
Don't.
Daguan. Daguan. Daguan Yan. Yawn? Yawn. Yuan. My old home. Was never too concerned about the restructuring days. We'd get more rooms some days, but we'd never ever shrink.
그래서 저는
I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happened beneath me, high up in my room. Yeah, you're fine. I doubt there's anything you could have done, but you just sat on your hands and watched all this.
가마한대가 더 도착한다고 한다.
충분히 큰 가마가 온 것 같네요. 이야기는 그만하고 타러 가시죠.
Fair enough. Let's get you guys going. Yeah, we're leaving you, Saad. This is a pelican? Pelican?
그래도 여럿이서 타도 될 만큼.
Yep. Looks like they send a pelican large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together. Pelican. I know I heard the word pelican recently. I'm trying to think of where. Pelican. Oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. Web, you gotta
Yeah.
kill me.
Yeah, okay.
Cause it was freaking Steven Universe last night.
The deaths.
Young Master Giabaya and his 12 honored guests. Is that correct?
13인데요?
It's 13 to be exact. But I thought Saad wasn't invited. I was told that Young Master Bayo's faction was just 12 people. Saad began aggressively striding towards him, causing the pelican bearer to shrink in fear.
둘 맞는데요? 설마 당신 눈에는 이게 멀쩡한 세가의 인원으로 보이시나요?
Wow! I mean, don't tell me this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you. Saad.
Okay, I think I'm gonna die. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't freaking know what this is talking about.
Okay, have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Todd suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer. I mean, that's pretty unique head this one's got there. I don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Hongyan. But isn't that just a prosthetic? In the shape of a clock, I guess, but still.
해보세요.
I mean, let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock where their head's gotta go? Even if they were hurting for cash?
말이 되나요? 공원엔 더 다양한 재주를 부릴 수 있는 생체 시술이 차고 넘치는구먼.
That hack job is. Nobody in the right mind would. Exactly, right. No idea what went down, but this fellow here sure seems to have fallen on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy, oh boy, looks like one's got scammed.
어떤 뒷골목에서
A nasty scam, too. Whatever backstreet they got that from. Must have been a real scoundrel who did it.
더군다나 시간도 안
And look, even the clock isn't on time.
없어요.
This poor person is barely conscious. Look, all they can do is make these weird ticking noises because they don't even have a mouth. Those are some pretty darn hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It's pretty obvious that she was trying to do what she was trying to do. Somebody tell Saad I'm getting dizzy.
아이고, 정말이네. 누가 이런
Good grief, you weren't kidding. Who could have done something so awful? It's a real blessing that young Master Beos got such a kind-hearted soul. He simply could not walk past the timepiece emporium selling this human being like they were some toy or tool. So he picked them up to get their head replaced with something proper. Hung Young's got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Well, you're not wrong there. It's really easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got cash to burn. A new head for me, right? See what I mean? So then why they told you that young Master Bayo only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly? Well, I see your point, but we can't just let all of us board, yes. Our young master finally understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in, so we'd like to offer this tiny token of appreciation. Some Bill's Rubber Pockets smoothly slid them into the Pelican Bearer zone. Ah, man, lady. You really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't.
이런저런 이야기가 새어나가면 괜히 일이 복잡해지잖아요.
Oh, and another thing, I'm not sure if I need to tell you this, but if a word gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it? Ma'am, I'm going goodness of my heart, after all. What's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh? Seems to me the bloke's doing this purely out of interest of the fatness of his wallet. Alright, stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait, are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us. Don't worry about me. Have a safe trip over there. I've got some stuff to handle out the outside. I'm so worried. Oh, we're gonna get back and he's gonna be like beaten to death. He's gonna be fricked up. This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a pelican. Oh look, a bottle of champagne. Can I chug this? Of course not. Drinking while on a mission is. Okay. The quick clap Sod promptly put an end to the hubbub the unexpected flashy appearance of the pelican caused. Her demeanor had shifted entirely to that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the personality who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago. Time to get to work, everyone. For whom does the bell toll?
죽음 충동 억제, 관념 봉인.
그리고 그 후엔
잠깐.
Then you'll wait.
소란스럽군.
Something's going on outside. Not long after Sod passed over Aldous' remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voices of the bearer on the other end. We're under attack!
평탄하다 했더니 아무래도 여러분을 방해하고 싶은 후보가
I thought things were going to be a little too easy. We're going a little too easy. It's no surprise that the other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in case. Why am I not surprised?
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
Well, I was using Requiem. I did not pay attention. Okay.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
목을 내놓고 있도록. 직접 발견. 직접 발견. 속에서 단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여보자. 13도 이항에 맞추게 그게 태격이지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는.
세 손의 방어를.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
직접 밝혀준다.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리해.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Yeah. Right now I'm pretty not very prepared and like actually team built. Once the next part of the chapter, well, Canto comes out, I'm gonna make sure to actually be well prepared and well
그간의 전투 경험
teamed.
없진 않았거든요.
뭐가 치워라.
속에서
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 공간을 뭉갠다.
Oh, yikes.
보통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자. 직접 밝혀준다. 무차 잠들어. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
하품을 담아.
충전 기능 점검.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠네.
Ricardo.
한 자루는 죽어 떠난 자에 대한 축하를, 한 자루는 목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
I should be switching my team up a bit because I do feel like
잡히는 푹신 최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
I could be doing slightly better team wise. Like it's good, it's fine.
꿰뚫려라. 으타! 먹어치워라.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
최선의 방어를.
나 참 주먹질만 한다고 용사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지.
단순해서 좋군, 고번수 감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
나아가주게.
공간을 뭉갠다.
별을 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니
기적해 차려. 엎드리고.
안 먹지.
하, 웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
나아가주게.
주간의 전투 경험을 적합한 조치였습니다.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니
엎드리도록.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 따뜻해. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
충전 기능 점검. 단순히 점.
편히 쉬시게.
꿰뚫려라. 승객 무력 확인.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 따뜻해. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다. 속에서
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군.
너희의 무기
이제
이 혈투를 승리로
도통
이끌.
알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
just win, Ray. fight was basically over. I had to.
이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지. 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버렸어. 13조 이하를 맞추면 그게 제격이지.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서?
이 밤의 열
Alright. I kinda want the new Rodion. Let me just do a one pull. Okay, just one last one pull. Please. Okay, forget. I just really want it. Okay.
대관원 입성이요.
Ooh, I love the art here. Some trouble on the way. It seemed that we managed to arrive. Unglued old home, yeah?
시간이 얼마 남지 않았네요.
We're running out of time. Faust, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right?
보기 좋은 광경은 아닐 거라 예상합니다.
Ooh.
그들이 여러분을 죽이려 들어도 당황하지 않고 기다리는 것이 있답니다. 질의 겁을 먹고 처리하라는 명이 떨어질 수도 있겠죠. 하지만 홍원의 가주를 심사하는 자의 담력이 그 정도는 아닐 거라 생각합니다. 그렇죠. 상대의 그릇이 크기만 하다면야.
어? 죽여?
그럼
Great, I'll follow up
1차전을
with a subsequent contact once you've safely completed the first round of evaluations. After that cryptic exchange, Faust leaped gracefully off the moving pelican. He's so eepy.
참 크네요. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 건 없겠지만
그런 무력한 감각은 업무 효율.
Such sense of futility and powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligations. Repeated exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize oneself to this sensation. I love Marcel.
홍루 씨는 집에 돌아가시는 소감이 어때요?
Sinclair changed the subject. I don't know.
말이라고 하냐? 복잡하겠지.
Don't even need to ask him, lad. No, it can't be easy. As for me, blimey, I hesitated almost 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave. If I knocked on those gates, but she just suffocating, stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so.
뭔데요?
But you stopped in the middle of at these cool windows. Think we can swap them out with other images. To swerve the subject again. Well, I got from his Was Ishmael's golden glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me not the time. I remember what happened each time. One of us returned to part of the city and held our memories. Returned to the part of the city and held our memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. And as we traveled, I remember that they were all looking at scenarios only they could see.
로자 씨는 계속 어설프게 농담을 하시려고 했고
Rodia, you awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes.
클레어 씨는 몇 번의 울음을
Sinclair,
Fox, Fox, no spoilers, but I thought of something really funny that I had to share with you.
I'm gonna stop reading until you leave.
Alright. Okay. Okay, so you know the Neuralink, right?
Yeah.
Me beating it. Hold on, let me think. Me hacking your Neuralink to fry your dopamine center so you can never feel any success in your life ever again.
I don't.
Yeah, but like it would be way worse actually for
그리고 이상 씨는 오랫동안 눈을 감으셨어요. 이스마일 씨는 호수를 내려다보면서 계속 혼잣말을 하셨고 히스클리프 씨는 잔뜩 겁을 먹어서 머리를 수없이 매만지셨어요.
우리가
봄 가버리면 꽃잎 모두 흩어지고 자기만
Why did he not mention? He did not care about Don Quixote. Spring leaves, petals scatter, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong, and return forevermore.
저는 말이죠.
I think everyone has a small amount of petals they gathered for themselves. What? I don't. I don't. Why would anyone collect something like that?
그러면
And you simply haven't discarded them yet. There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burying.
Here, actually, hold on.
Thinking shadow behind it.
Fox.
What are you talking about?
Me hacking a guy's Neuralink to give him the FNAF 4 treatment.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is close, and it is resonating with Hong Lu's fathoms.
묻는 나를 보고 남들은 비웃네. 나 죽고 난 후 묻어줄 사람 누구일까? 봄은 가고 어여쁜 얼굴도 늙어가면 꽃은 지고 사람도 가니 서로 알 길 없구나. 배우기는 왜 항상 이해하기 어려운 시만 읊어? 늙지 않을 방법 같은 건 널렸지 않았어? 머리카락이 희게 새지 않아도 봄은 지나가니까. 꽃잎들은 왜 네가 손수 치우고 있는 거야? 물에 띄어보내면 되잖아. 손에 흙도 다 묻을 텐데. 아까운 말 하지 마라, 오라버니. 잎들을 다 쓸어버리면 어디 가서 비 오는 소리를 듣게? 이건 추억이야. 비 오는 날의 추억. 그러니까 버리지 않을 거야. 그리고 흘러내려가 버리게 되면 꽃을 더럽히게 되잖아. 부욱 오라버니도 부디 품에 있던 잎을 전부 흩어놓지는 마.
네, 없네요.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있어요? 가족들이랑
글쎄요. 잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는다면 구태여 그리운 마음을 가질 연유는 없으니까요. 아니요. 출가하면서 전부 흩뿌리고 왔답니다. 그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는 어떤 분이세요? 아니면 그 종종 언급하셨던 할머니라는
Wow, okay. That was like so deep, and then like we're going straight back into this.
두 분 다 이치에 밝으셔요.
You're very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는 항상 저를
Grandmother always treated me preciously.
어머니도 아버지도
So did my mother and my father.
아,
Dang.
거의 다 도착했나 봐요.
Oh, we're almost there. Freaking, I can see the garden. Freaking love Honglu. So silly. This is one massive garden.
우리가 안으로 들어가려면
We still have some time before we get to the main buildings.
정원에서
Remember the days when deer and hare would frolic out here in the garden.
산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있겠는데.
Well, I can see myself taking a long walk around here. It'd take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는 제가
I
살던
usually lingered only around my own room.
여러모로
It's
위험한
dangerous to stray too far after all. It's dangerous? Why?
길을 걷다가는
There's the stranger danger. Getting lost, getting targeted.
적이 될 수도 있고요.
Besides, it's very dark at night. Well, ain't that a... Well, that ain't a big deal, is it? Kids run around. Scrape their... What's like the voice I'm doing for him? Blimey. Scrape their face on branches. Trip and eat on the pavement all the time.
히스클리프 씨라면 자유
I'm sure you would have run freely around the garden, Heathcliff,
조심하는
but it's important to always be careful.
살 때는
When I was 5, someone had lathered a deadly
좋았어요.
poison on a random tray.
독을?
히스클리프 씨처럼
I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
뭐든지 딱 그 주위에
But by some coincidence, we happened to running around the same tree and its branches lathered with poison.
되었는가?
What hath transpired thereafter? I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 백밤만 자고 나면 괜찮아질 거라고 했거든요.
Told me he'll be just fine after 100 nights rest.
스빈은 언제나
Because
똑똑했으니까
Sharon
그렇게 되었을 거예요.
is Siren. X-I-R-N. Siren, okay, Siren. Siren. Giabea.
대화청 입성이요.
Entering Dahiating now. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place with them.
아 이렇게 많아. 대화청은 또 뭐야?
쉽게 말하면 연애를 여는 방이라고 할까요?
그런 놈도 치곤 여긴 하나의 마을 같은.
저기 보이는 건
Lake.
아, 그건 연못이.
Nope, it's a pond. A
연못?
pond?
도착하면 저랑 시춘이를 환영하는 자리가 마련되어 있을 거예요. 아, 로저 씨도 오랜만에 정말 배부르게 드실 수 있겠네요.
Like, friggin', he's so silly. It's been a while, hasn't it? I don't think it's been as exciting in a long time. Oh, is that a ship over there? You have a ship?
아, 네.
Oh, yeah.
가끔 뱃놀이를 나가기도
We'd
했거든요.
sometimes go out boating.
그리고
Oh, and Seasham's building is right across that pond. You each get a building of your own?
그래서 처음
Yes, we
태국에
do.
왔을 때
So when I first departed from Hongyan,
함께
I
지내던
found the concept of an entire family living under the same roof so fascinating. Alas, it would be quite the challenge for thy family to see one another.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
That's exactly why we each get a building. Are we even talking about the same thing here? Alack for woe. We could have merrily enjoyed our vacations at Honglu's residence all along. Vacations.
그건 곤란해요, 동키호테 씨.
Don't have work, Don Quixote. I left home, grandmother and the elders really impressed upon me that
때가 되면
the footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus witness and only witness as much of the world as you may before you make your return. I was wondering when that would be, but time really slipped through my fingers, and just like that it brought me here. Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they'd been avoiding all their lives, and for some, important things that were once forgotten or were waiting for their return. But their reluctance is not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere. Especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact I couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Hong Lu was as tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different this time either. But even so, I can't judge that so hastily.
오프라님 행차시오.
Again, with the Pelican Bear's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door opened.
필요하실 텐데.
Here we are.
드세요.
You must all be so tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners, we're still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display. When Lu bounced lightly off the Pelican and moseyed into the building. Quite the light-footed steps he take, unhindered by excitement nor trepidation. Right.
좋은 집에만 살아서
Rich boy's got nothing to fear because he's used to this kind of poshness. That's all of this is. Verily, this may be a subtle expression of that teensy part of him that longeth to see his family again. I don't think you're right, Don Quixote. I'm sorry. Once we all left the Pelican, I find myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude. How many servants do they have? Grandmother will visit us once. Shoo hour.
시작될 것 같아요.
The banquet will start then, I think. Sue hour? The Sue hour refers to the time between 19 and 21. This a unique time system used in certain regions of the East. In addition, it would be best to remember that Hong Lu's grandmother, Jiamu, the hierarch of Daeyeon, would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of Pyongyang.
친인척인 날개의 대표.
Your relative is the head of a wing, I see.
네, 이제 곧
Yes,
지도자에게
though she'll be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기려는 이유가
Why now? What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Aldous, as she probably said, I'll tell you.
언제나 때가 올 거라고
She's been saying that her time would eventually come, and she carried this responsibility for too long. I bet she'd probably be shocked to hear that you'll be taking part in the family hierarchy war.
글쎄요. 어쩌면
I don't know about that.
모르겠어요.
Maybe she'll take it well.
되어 나갈 이유는
There's never been a reason for me to bother participating, but there wasn't a reason for me to not either. Hey, there's Shishun and Wei over there. Looks like they both arrived safely. King Wei with exaggerated disinterest. She just turned her back on us. Well, didn't take long for things to become super awkward. Ooh, we must capture this opportunity to seat ourselves adjacent to young Shishun. Too late, we are forever banned from getting anywhere near her. Yet for? We're no longer Jaya Shishun's faction. Her hostility is to be expected. Things have changed. Us versus them, in-group versus out-group.
전장은
Deception and treachery are natural parts of war.
우리 아군은 내일의
An ally of today may as well become an enemy tomorrow. And that's a funny way to say I don't have any friends.
방금 뭐
What did you just?
부모님이 저기 계신데
Ah, there are my parents.
갑자기 바로 간다고?
Hold on.
야이씨.
We're just walking right up to them. Blimey, at least tell us their names.
아버지
Ah, father's name is Zeng
그리고 어머니
of the Jia family, and in Dengyan, they call my mother Lady Wang.
출가 이후
Agreed.
처음으로 인사 올립니다.
I greet you for the first time since my departure.
가시 보
Bea of the Jia family had returned home. Yeah, you're early. Bea, dear Bea, it's been too many years. See you again after so long. It is so good to see your face. Oh, I don't know what I should even say. The father, Jia Zhang, eyes dart nervously between us and Hong Lu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace, as though she was in the presence of something so utterly deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. So they're Hong Lu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주셔서 감사해요.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expense. Who are these people you've come here with?
대단한 숫자는 아니지만
Well, there aren't too many of them. They are my friends I made out in the world. At least he's not introducing us as his lackeys like a certain someone I know. Wait, that's, Honglu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us, one by one. I'm so glad to meet you all. Bea's always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure he is quite the handful to accompany you on your journey. I hope you can still embrace him despite every... Stubborn? Honglu? Whatever it was she said, they didn't seem to be too happy to hear that. Dear Bea, why do you allow your friends to call you by that name? What of your noble, blessed name, bestowed upon you by the revered Shiran, our elders? What's going on with her? Honglu reached out gently and gently yet indifferently held his mother's violent, trembling hand.
당연하잖아요,
Of
어머니.
course I would, Mother, because the name is too noble indeed.
그렇지. 아무나 입에 담을 만큼 아무렴.
Of course, of course.
이쪽도
Oh, do you have an old name and a new name? Well, don't you remember back in P Corp? We called Honglu Young Master Bear.
지난번 홍원에서 결투할 때도
Also remember when he announced himself before the duel on the day we arrived at H Corp? He introduced himself as Beo of the Gia family. I thought it was a pseudonym back then, though, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑 다르게
Well, it ain't like us calling. Wait, it ain't like us calling your real name's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever. It's just a name, so you can call me it as many times as you want. It won't deprecate it in whatever value it has. Oh, but some people do actually believe it does, I suppose.
그 이름을 여기저기서
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name. Right. To let your precious name be known among the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike, even here too. It is as your mother says, for your true name to be made known, an individual with a passing connection to H Corp would have easily connected you to Pyongyang.
그 근원이 담겨져 있다고.
It is said that most names are repositories of their keeper's origin. In the eastern region of the city, when the parents name their children, they imbue them with meaning. It carries their wish for their children's place and use in the world. You. What's your name mean? My name is culmination of wishes. Not only those of my parents, but those of many more. It means that I was born with a precious jade. Yeah, wow. Awful. Honglu's better. I freaking love Ryosho. Wait a minute. At least try to whisper.
나도 부르던 대로 부를란다.
I'll go call the rich boy whatever I want. If I'm ever forced to call him Young Master Bayo or some servile shit like that, I'll rather take a punch or two from the guide. Could feel the horrified gaze of servants staring at us.
네, 통로라고
I don't mind, so please continue to call me Honglu if you want. Please eat yourself, honored guest. Guests, the food will be served soon. Please, oh, I'm so hungry.
야, 이게 다 뭐냐?
Oh, what's all this?
진짜
They actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. A mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes were more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야.
What a feast. I can ask for refills, right? Yes. Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요.
I don't think so. They're probably seats for my older sibling somewhere in Dengyan. They probably didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를 호응하기 위해
This is a banquet to welcome me after all.
있어봤자
I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to attend. Man, they better be on some real busy schedules to miss this. Jiamu, venerated, be our presence, grace us. Jiamu, venerated, be her presence, grace us. With this announcement, utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. Sorry, I'm also like talked about the canto while going through.
아, 할머니가
Oh, there's grandmother. Was Honglu's grandmother the family hierarchy of H Corp? And it was the executive director. JMU's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overpowering, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain. We are graced by your presence, venerable GMU. She's pretty cool. President venerable GMU. Should we bow too? I don't think you could bow any lower with your face halfway in a bowl, so you should be fine, probably. She's surrounded by Haisho too, I think. Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before GMU, awed and humbled. Only Honglu looked straight at GMU without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked towards her.
할머니,
Been a while, grandmother.
도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please ascend, young Master Bio. Seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead. Little Bio,
얼마나 고단하고
you must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니.
Not at all, mother.
함께했던
I was
분들이
able to learn so many new things thanks to everyone who treated me so nicely.
따라하고자 했다면
As you sought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of our reach. You could have learned so much in the halls of erudition from them. Yet the world taught you from sheets of paper are simply that. Words are words on paper.
세상 물정에 능통해지고
We wish that you, dear Bio, would learn more of the secular world, to not let flow betwixt your fingers that time that is given to you. I know this opportunity was more than what I deserved, grandmother. I appreciate your return all the same. That you have designed what dined. I don't know. Before me ere my abdication of the great responsibility. Verily, it appears that young Honglu shineth onto the Limbus Company as a grand charisma of shorts. Grand charisma? What? You stop babbling with your mouth full. Young Master, our family's most eminent are sent out in the world a grand tour. Thus coined the precious Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo! If thou wilt. For there commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는 다양한 경험을 얻고 바깥의 문물에 익숙해지기 위함이다.
to learn the varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시순이와는 이미 한 번 인사를 나누었다지.
I hear that you have met with Shishun in the world not long ago. I have. A bright child she is, well prepared to take on the challenges of family hierarch evaluations, I presume. I agree, I'm sure. Shishun will wisely overcome the trials. Indeed. Have you paid visit to the revered elders then? I will soon. Lady Wang has sent here as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Jayamu, of course. Honglu's mother hurried up to where Jayamu stood. It must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart from his home to wander the world beyond the hedges.
아닙니다.
Of course not, Jiamu.
저는
Oh, I am simply so glad that my son Beo
제 몫을
has returned as a man
사람 모습으로
who
돌아오는
can now carry his own,
수밖에 없어.
more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too.
보호가
Thus, dear Beo,
재촉할 생각은
I
없지만
don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. I see. I'm simply concerned that were you to stay here
이곳에
to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are complete.
어서 소임을 다하고 돌아와.
Complete your duties and return soon, so that this agreement JMU has so graciously made for us is fulfilled.
그래.
Indeed.
잊지도 말고
Lose not, forget not, you are
우리
our
가문
family's one and only jade.
둘도 없는
Dear
친구야.
Beau, our peerless
이
treasure.
세상에 남아있지 말고
Tarry not ever long in this mundane world.
떠나 그
Leave
가치를
when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother, mother.
이 밤의 열기 속에서 가장
Had no reason to remain here. Is it odd that they should inquire Honglu of his departure plans as on the very welcoming of his return? Right, one moment appears like they care about him, then the appearance of that care for one's own child, also quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotional intimacy expression in average households. Hey, Bill. The unfamiliar chipper voice hopped jovially into our conversation. Oh my goodness. Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know.
아, 보차 누나구나. 오랜만이야. 여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준 거구나.
You've come all the way here,
고마워.
way to welcome my welcome banquet to fill a seat. I appreciate that.
보호기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면 우리 설씨 가문의 다른 사람들까지 불러왔을 텐데.
And I know that you'd be coming home today, Bea. But I've summoned everyone I could from Zoo family to see you. Too, big bro. Hands really been itching to know how you've been doing. I'm dying.
허기나?
Yeah, sure he was. Shishun, who'd been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself,
이곳에 온
"Who
다음에
else have you greeted since you arrived today? My parents, Jiamu.
정말?
Really so?
그러면 내가 첫
I'm here
번째네.
first then?" He made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye.
욕은
Your jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Bea.
네가
Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as your eye,
그
and wore it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it?
그렇구나.
Oh, you have. Thank you for remembering me. Are you gonna introduce her to us, or we couldn't let that nice? Why couldn't we just let that nice reunion play out? Yeah, I mean, he's right. What the frig? Come on. Ready to step forward, unable to stand the curiosity. Oh, she's... Hi, I'm Beochai. Beochai of the Shu family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Beo here. A very profound relationship? He is my betrothed, and I to him. I'd say that's pretty profound, Whoa.
그렇게 놀라실 일도
It's nothing to be surprised about. These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our elders. At least giving us a hint. But I won't be married until I leave Limbus Company, though. I just thought it wasn't relevant enough to share. Sorry about it. Overhearing earlier, but you guys are Bear's friends, right? I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Bea lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? What? What? I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Bear lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? Don't have stories for kids, shoo. Why, I love stories about bloodshed.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가 도시 괴담 서적 모으기였거든요.
Please. Then maybe I'll share some. What about everyone else? I love adventure stories. Be careful what you wish for. I beseech thee to find a seat, for I shall now regale you with the tale. Adventures of wondrous valor unfolds. Brace yourself, for this particular old and terrifying tale features a big, scary bear lurking in a cavern. If you're finished with your meals, why don't you go back to your own residence? You're so angry again, Shishun. Last I heard, you lost much of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? I'm so sorry. Used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears away upon hearing that news. The Shu family heard it too, huh? Always a big fan of your confidence, Shishun. It's a good look, you know. Please don't die. Oh, that reminds me. You better watch your back, Big Sis Bouchy. Looks like Big Brother Beus learned how to sink a knife into your back with that same carefree smile. What do you mean by you knifing people in the back? I just had a small falling out with Shishun. That's all. Shishun must have been trying to get you on her side, huh? Yeah, no wonder she wanted you on her team. He is always excellent at whatever he does, without stressing out or losing the happy smile. It just kind of worked out that way. I guess he can be a bit irritating like that, huh? Some people though rare, are indeed like that. Oh, this reminds me, did you by any chance run into Big Brother Chiu? I haven't. But they have. That's good. She placed her hand over her chest. She survived an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously. So what happened? I do know that he was trying to ally with Yan. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing this as a lead alliance other than Yeon himself. I suck at pronouncing these names. It must have been pretty open secret among the canons that UQ was trying to ally with Hyun. They cut Big Brother Hya's head off when he was with us. Oh my, horizontally or vertically? H. It's the 3rd time, yeah? Yihan's really incorrigible. He never knows when to zip and sit down. Well, Big Brother Q, I had a feeling he'd be here when the family hierarchy war begins. Everyone in Daejeon's heard that creepy song from the backstreets, you know? Gosh, things get so awkward and hostile here at Ryunghyun every time there's any mention of him. Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. I'm gonna be so annoyed if the lyrics from like, yeah, she'll just talk about the like song playing in the back streets. I'm gonna be so mad if those lyrics aren't like actually in the Melee song, because I think that'd be really cool, and like if it's not, if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna be so sad. Why is that? Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course. Besides, whatever Big Brother Q's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with the Shu family.
그럴 수도 있습니다.
I can see that. Oh my goodness, how much longer is this specific one? Looks like I'll be right back. Okay, I got really hungry, so I had to quickly make myself some ramen. Little, like, hack. The way I've been making my ramen recently is, of course, it's just, like, instant noodles. And then I throw in, the broth into some McDonald's, creamy chili sauce. Since it's, like, our current promotional sauce. It is really good. But she took a step towards Hung Lu and leaned in close to his face. Do you smell my fake fragrance still, you? You have never reeked, big sis. Bayu, I've always been and always will be residing at Ginger Plant Court. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. Hyung Woo Young. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room. Well, how about we start heading back? This place can get really dark around high hour. Why do you leave? It's nothing. It's nothing. She's just a big sis I used to play with when I was a child. One of the very few in Denghuan who was nice to me. So where should we head to next? Good question. Just going by the scale of everything in here, it should be safe to expect something really ritzy, right? You're my guest, so you're able to stay at my building within Donghyun. It's within walking distance from here. We should be there in no time, even on foot. How far is walking distance for you, boy? Oh, heck yeah, finally, combat. Oh yeah, why are you there? Wait. 7? I only just noticed I'm using 7 characters. Ta-da, here we are. That was a pretty long walk, still technically within walking distance, but... This place is called Joyous Red Court. This room was made for the most aromatic flower tree within H-Corp. Try taking a deep breath and you can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma spreading from the very tip of your nose. It's unique to this building. Very much so. It is an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains such much of its pleasant redolence. This place is huge too. You've been living here all along? Yes, I was told to stay in a larger room, but I preferred this place more. It has been long, young master, is Siren reporting. Siren. Oh yeah. They talked about her earlier. Oh, hey, is she? Have you been well, Siren?
네,
Yes, I am. They always have been. Siren watched us emotionally as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change, even when she saw Hung Lu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의
Are the young master's guests?
방을
Are the young master's guests?
따라오시죠.
We'll guide them to their room. Please follow me.
따로 방문할 때가
Now that we're
있어서
here, I've
그만
got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon, though.
어디를 가시는 겐가?
To where wilt thou journey? Allow us to accompany thee.
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
어르신에게 문안인
Just on my own to say hello and pay respects to the elders. So it'll be better if I go there alone.
이쪽으로.
This way.
어느
Well, I
장소든
guess I could say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지
the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there. You're talking about the family hierarchy war, right?
후보들은 이것
Yeah, the other candidates have been preparing for this for years.
저희는
Well,
그걸
we have what, an overnight?
벼락치기 타입이어서 그런가?
I don't know.
하니까 오히려
I'm a procrastinate until the last minute kind of gal. So I'm pretty sure we got a handle on this.
보조리한 상황에서
This is not the first instant in which we are demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inequitable situation. Inequitable situation.
상관없지 않겠나?
Why does it matter? Our
자리가 아니.
goal isn't to claim the throne of the family hierarchy anyway. A few hours ago? Well, isn't it such a relief our goal isn't to come first place in the family hierarchy war? Dost thou mean it's to say that we needn't be the first?
당연하죠.
Yeah, obviously. Why would we want a sinner to become head of H Corp?
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는
Would it not provide a much more reliable mean of control to plant an individual of this company at the highest seat of a wing, instead of letting an affiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has a lot left to do as the LCB.
그러면 뭐
Then would it be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation? Do other candidates get something for participating too? Anyone who participates within the top 10 will gain right to take one item of their choice from the family treasury. Of course, the one who places the highest goes first.
안에는 들어야
But we're going to have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for. Now that's weirdly insulting. Sod it. Why don't we shoot for the top anyway?
사이에
Your confidence seems to have gone through the roof since our last operation together. Well, we did go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그 홍어는
Anyway, care to guess what's deep inside Hongyan's gargantuan treasury? The golden bow. Right on. Buried in the middle of all kinds of treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value. So Faust, did Manager Todd share with you as our strategy in the first round? I very much wish to know that as well, for our suggestion of mutual understanding seems to exist exclusively between Miss Sod and Faust.
가주 심사위를 찾아내는
First round of the family hierarchy evaluation test that
관원의 어르신들을 위해 준비해왔던 것을
what the descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hyong. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Jayashishun have been referring to this whole time. Yes, to be free from aging and death, immortality.
각자가
Each
생각하는
candidate is to present an answer before the judge to demonstrate their ideas of true immortality. Right, so what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건
Not even Faust can answer that. Then what are we even doing here?
진정한 블로불스의
Well, we may be
힘이라면
able to demonstrate a facsimile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we are close to the
답을
answer.
원하는 건 그들이니
Given that they are
정확히
the ones who
말하자면
seek the very answer, they will not disqualify us, Honglu to be exact, from the competition.
그럴듯해 보인다면
I see they will cling on to whatever clue they can get their hands on, so we'll be using the desperation precisely.
암호인가는 제일 높아 보이는 사람도 그 녀석을 많이 아낀다며.
That important looking old bat, Jiamu, favors him, don't she? Maybe she'll give him a bonus points or some. So that's what we'll be using Honglu for? That's it.
맞아요.
Yes, you're right. It is my turn to be used. Well, when did you get back? In between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Aldous just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. What you just said. Why would I mind it? I freaking hate. I used to be a ticket to participate. My use is to be a ticket to participate in the hierarchy war. The only option for obtaining the golden bow in H Corp. She didn't say anything wrong. Your use?
이왕 쓰이는 거 모두가
Well,
기뻐할 수 있는 쪽으로 흘러가게
if
되면
you'll be using me, hopefully this will lead to an outcome we can all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하기에는 시춘군 아까
Yet Shishun hath already exhaled with great gusto out of her nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
중요하고는
Well, Shishun, Blue eyes twinkled briefly as though he was shifting into a dream.
사이가 좋아지게
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Shishun again.
지금은 다시 원래 상태로
We're back to not being on speaking terms again, but
잠깐이라도
it's as though
돌아간 것
I'd
같거든요.
gone back in time, back to when we were both children.
까마득하고
But we can't go back to the past.
뭐라고 했어?
What did you say? Are you drunk or on something? Did you really just say that to me? Oh, what a stupid thing of me to ask. You've never been drunk in your life. Mine's always been so damn clear. None of this matters to you, does it? Even when I get angry at you, or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it? Just what happened to you that day? How can someone be so... Ishu and I... Forget it, I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. In that memory, Honglu was wearing a quiet smile even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란
At
것도
the end of all things, these connections between people, they're just moments. ephemeral thing.
그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든
So what I want doesn't matter. Honglu, a sinner so aloof, so detached that it feels as though it's floating through the clouds. I once thought that it's just some kind of guy he was. The kind of guy he was. Someone who just happened to be above everything that happens around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually I had begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family hierarch war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
그냥 그런
I don't
거라고
and I have.
생각하고 있어요.
Just the way things worked out, right?
관리자님.
Active manager. It is true that his value judgment will have no tangible influence on the company's direction. Value judgment.
파우스트도 동의해.
Faust is an agreement. Sinners do not have the right to refuse their missions.
그건 사실일 테고
That may be true, yet
그에 따르는
I find it
마음이지.
unnecessary to turn away and neglect the suffering conditions of their hearts, stemming from the obligations to their missions. Conditions of our heart.
마음을 들여다보면
Perhaps unnecessarily peering into them is how we beget suffering.
무슨
What manner of...
대가
Back then,
보고 있어서
when I lived here in Daghyeon,
제게는
So,
수많은 선택지가
so many
끊임없이
choices
지나쳐가곤
passed
했어요.
before my eyes.
가문의 그 아이를
Should I
지켜야
kill that child
제가
who was
살아남아야 하는지,
from a different family?
죽어가는 저
Should I even survive?
그냥
Should I
지나치는
walk
것이
past that dying boy, or should I stop to help him?
제가 무언가
When they were
선택했을
first presented to me, I tried to make a choice, but it didn't take that long for me to realize that my choices meant nothing.
그래서 저는
So I
그런 것도
decided not to choose at all.
그게 지금의 저예요.
That's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하게
There were
된
more wonderful things about joining Limbus Company, but there were so many wonderful things about joining the Limbus Company, but I think my favorite part of the experience was I was never given a choice. That's definitely kind of weird.
분위기가
Oh, looks like we have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠.
That was enough discussion of private matters. There's much ground for us to cover. Let us begin by discussing our plan for the first round. Next morning. There's some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지 않았지만 이
What may be the purpose of these scarecrows, veiled in nocturnal shadow as they were yesternight? Oh, they're still here. These are training courts next to every building where children of this palace live. Here, every child of walking, running age all get to play with these dummies. Play puff. Early education is important.
조기 교육은 중.
허수아비랑 어떻게 노는 것인가?
You'd have to have one play with these dummies, and it appears that this dummy is adorned with a dashing piece of fashion for its head. Ah, that's the first dummy I received when I was 7. Back then, I thought even dummies could feel pain when struck. Since was this blissful reminiscence of all those who were once children. Is it like tradition for kids born here to formally learn how to fight? Oh, not exactly. Oh, so this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro?
맞아. 그런데
Wait, which one is that? No, it's not. Because it looks like freaking what's his name. Yep, I don't know how it works though.
같은 걸 입혀주거나
It must be a doll or an effigy for dress up. Oh, perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets.
보평집을 지켜주는
Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big brother Bayu.
얼씨구
Oh. Oh boy.
이건 말이지.
Here, let me show you how it's done. Why do you punch Grandma's gift? Don't you think you're hurting it?
아파해?
Hurt it. Really now? This wooden thing.
살아나야 살아남을 수 있다.
More that they have grown up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된.
This WTD. Too bad.
생각보다 정교하게
A wood
설계가
training
되어
dummy. This wood training dummy appears to have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time before departure, so why don't we try using them for a warm-up exercise? I don't want to get all sweaty though. Well, it's not like these things will pose any danger. I think we can try them out just once to see yeah.
지금부터 우리는 관리자님의 명령에 따라 전력으로 허수아비
Attention!
처리한다.
We have orders from the executive manager from the moment forth. We will put our all into laying utter ruin to these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. I didn't even give whatever. I forgot. Oh well. It won't hurt to get our blood pumping now. All forces charge!
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는
What the fray?
최상급. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
최선의 방어를.
방금의
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Oh, so he was gonna give Rhodey on trade. That's funny.
탈출 개체 확인.
꿰뚫려라.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 그런 맛이. 이리로 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
That sucked really bad. Wow.
부족해 찾아졌지 않나.
웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Nope, it's dead. I don't know why I used horse install, cause like
내가 알아서 처리한다. 탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
죽음으로 끝내긴.
nope, it worked.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
탈출 개체 확인.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 길을.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
으타! 먹어 치워라. 탈출 개체가 전개. 기좋게 차려졌지 않나.
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
달릴 승리를 이끌. 고귀하게.
받을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
잠든
Yep.
그대를 기릴 테니. 한 자루는 죽었던 한 자에 대한 축하를, 한 자루는 목숨 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한 엄숙한 애도를. 장례는 이상으로 끝내겠소.
Oh, I'm getting tired already. Okay, I'll be right back again.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠. 위에서
그래서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
고귀하게
편히 쉬시게. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 채우면 얼음 맛이 나는구나. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지. 단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
나아가주게.
Okay.
최선의 방어를.
방금의 공 혹시 그 자체였다.
Oh, yikes.
받을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지. 간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
나아가주게.
딱 반쯤 죽여보자.
내
체격이
내가 알아서 처리.
소감자가 되어 훌륭하게 나가군. 이제
제압 완료.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요, 단테. 적합하셨습니다.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔다.
위험 인물 발견. 따뜻한 제압할게. 하! 으타! 더 먹어치워라.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래, 가급적 전투 중에 떠오르지 않았으면 좋겠는데 그것도 참. 속에서
Ooh, coffin. Nice. I think that was a coffin.
하, 웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
위험 인물 발견. 제압할게. 꿰뚫려라.
부족해 찾아졌지 않나.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
편히 쉬시게.
찢어 놓아주마. 받을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
상쾌하군.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네 이거.
매번 큰일 있기 전에 시비나 걸리고 시작하니까 결국 이렇게까지 몸을 풀어야 직성이 풀리게 되어버렸네요.
그래도 유의미한 준비 운동이었다.
그런데 홍루 씨는 왜 지금까지 가주대전에 참가를 다른 형제자매분들은 아주 오래전부터 기다려왔던 것 같아서요. 단순해요. 가주가 되고 싶다고 생각한 적은 한 번도 없었으니까요.
정말로 다행이지 않니? 옥을 물고 태어나지 않았다면 영락없이 네 다른 형제 자매처럼 가주대전을 준비하며 힘든 시간을 겪어야 했을 거란다. 너는 그런 것에 힘쓰지 않아도 집안 어르신분들과 가모님이 너를 아껴줄 거란다. 그저 많은 것을 보며 살아가다오. 우리 집안의
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어주었던 계획 나는 사실 그리 탐탁지가 않소. 저도요. 하지만 홍루 씨가
그런데 그걸 계획이라고 부를 수가 있는 건가요?
행동의 지침과 기대 목표가 있으면 계획이라는 정의에는 들어맞는다.
그리고 가주대전에 두 번째 기회라는 건 없으니까요.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지 않는 거지?
To be free from aging and death. Young Master Bayo and his 12 companions arriving at Tubitang to enter the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servants by the gate announced our arrival with a resounding holler we'd grown to expect. An arena or a stadium, I see. How many eyes on us? We have many eyes on us, Executive Manager. I look up to see the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces. And on the platform on the opposite side of And on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So are the evaluations happening past those curtains? Do you? See someone you recognize? No, it's nothing, Dante. Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about anyway. Maybe we'll have another chance later, if fate wills it. Oh hey, I think it's finally getting started. The curtain slid open, and the woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out to the platform. Many scores ago, I ascended to the seat of Jaya Mu with a stroke of fortune. Yet a lifetime has passed since I assumed this great responsibility. Such as it is, I see to abdicate and walk the path. Such as it is, I seek to abdicate and walk the path of the mountain and its streams as the river does.
그리하여
With the seat voided, the responsibility seeks the one with the qualities of the family hierarch to fill it.
다시
Thus here at Jiangyan, the collective upheld by pillars of four great houses of
이 대관원에
Shu, Wang, and Shi, we once again ask you the perennial questions.
그대들은
Have you brought us
전력을 다하여 찾아왔을
Have you brought us
것이다.
out to prove the answer indeed exists? Who's the woman next to her?
제 첫째
She's my
누나인
oldest sister,
워츠누나예요.
Big Sis Yan Chun.
큐사의 아주 높으신
She married a
분이
very
있어서
important person to
큐사에서
Q-Corp
지내시다가
and spends most of her time there. Looks like she's visiting for the evening.
다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이
Though I have resided long in the foreign nest, I now return fleeting to share the love of my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety.
최선을 다해 진리를
I return that the truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는 순조롭고
Some of you may have walked a laid path, gentle to your feet, yet some of you may have struggled through an unlaid, brutal path of cragged mountains, a thousandfold, to find your answers. Some of you may have walked a laid path. Yeah, okay. Yet, regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you equally have but one opportunity for this first round.
그대들은 모두 이곳 대관원의 후계자들이었으며
Even still, you were all once respective heirs of the great house. Even your failure shall bring power and prosperity to Denkyang.
이제부터 호명하는
Now, come forth in order you are summoned and demonstrate the invaluable answers to the question of three freedoms. One from aging, one from death, and one from brevity of life.
불가하다면 거짓 없는
If the nature of your answers be indemonstrable, present ironclad proof.
놓치지 말고
Lose not and discard not,
젊음은
lest fresh youth be unending and eternal. After the respective speeches, Jaeyeon Chun and Jayamu disappeared behind the curtain atop the platform. First candidate. Seems that Honglu's father assumed the role of the host for the first run of the Wang family. Wang Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope towards the platform. Hurry up, foolish thing. But who are they dragging up to the stage? Whoever it is, they clearly don't want to be here. To be free from aging and death, huh? I suppose every wing dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with. Puff. H-Corp's pursuits in immortality probably isn't special enough. He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes unfocused and red, mouth slick with drooling dribbling down the mouth guard, meaningless gnarls. There's a mindless blood bag. What does a blood fiend become an answer to mortality? In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging. However, we are now all aware blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood deprivation. Thus, it is unlikely to prove the answer they seek. After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking and growling past the curtain atop the platform. Picture the fabled blood fiend then. I doubt that'll do the job. Blood fiends would indeed be quite the esoteric knowledge. Doubt that. But to the judges of this contest, doubt they're anything more than lukewarm trivia. That Wayne kid must have been pretty desperate, huh? He's either lazy as balls or that boy ain't riding the upstairs. It appears that the knowledge of blood fiends is oddly common amongst this elk. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. Just a little surprised that those privy to arcane knowledge are well aware of their presence. For a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Ran and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended the platform. My hierarchical events, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. They ascended the round podium behind the platform was ordered. This announced Wang Ran for round one of the family hierarchy evaluation elimination. No blood, they will be eternal and everlasting, vulnerable. Jayamu, please. Venerable. Nay, what awaits them is no eternity at all. Verily, I know not the shape of this true immortality that evaluation seeketh to attain yet. The longevity of a blood fiend, shackled by blood and endless suffering, is unlikely to be won. What those hunters told me, they still retain all of their memories. My blood fiend is to surrender all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a singular hunger for blood and only blood. Perhaps this is an unacceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet, for those with much to lose, with much in life they cling on to, as those present seem to. The fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death, tis but a sanguine shackle to enslave their mind. A member of Bao's faction had given an excellent reply. No further elaboration is necessary. Failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I cannot even well commend your efforts. Here, Red of the Wang family, you've spoken and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake. A privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. This be the final blessing of your life. Oh. They're cooked. Okay, bye. So that's what happens when you fail to pass. That was just for dramatic effect, right? There's gonna be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like heat from the depths? Ryoshu, you've been honing your senses of humor, huh? These are some pretty nasty jokes, though. Where does the hole lead? Judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall, presume it goes quite far down. It probably leads to a place with a lot of old family secrets. Oh, not the treasury, of course, but try to figure That might get you a visit from Ahisha probably. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm actually like. They went all out on the theatrics, huh? Yeah, and we could very well be the one screaming and falling down the hole later. The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock.
두 번째 참가자.
Taking the Shu family, sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers to other candidates were less obvious, so all we had to do was go on where the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one? PH. It means hell. The longer we watched the death toll rise, the less shocking they became. Are they planning to fail everyone? Eighth candidate, Byochi of the Chu family. Oh look, we know her. She was technically our competition. It seemed like she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it is that she brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtain. Byochi of the Shu family. After a brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadow cast on the curtain, appears to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. As soon as she did, Byochi immediately turned in our direction, at Honglu to be exact. Ah, Byo, you were watching me? And began excitedly waving her hand. She passes. Body beneath her remained shut. Passing connection, it may have been. Yet I ill wish to see a familiar face be claimed by the abyss. Thus, I am glad. 17th candidate, Jaya Shishun of the Jaya family. It's Shishun's turn. She slowly ascends the platform, unaccompanied. She held in her hand a tight-sealed gourd bottle. Looks like she found it. She found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then? Possible. She reached Lethe? The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule. There's an infinitesimal statistical possibility that she could have reached the river, yet not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. This becomes even more impossible when considering the relative short passage of time since then and now. A more likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its dew or a portion of what has spewed out. Alas, the river waters severeth only to put slumber one's memories. Pray, doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek? Yes. It is likely closely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue. There are an extremely small number of people privy to the knowledge of the rivers. If the contents of the bottle are genuine, Faust expects her to pass. Shishin of the Jaya family passes. You have brought before us a priceless treasure. It must be taken unparalleled effort to obtain this, given the meager size of your clan. Thank you, big sis Yanshan. As Faust expects, all three judges appear quite satisfied by what Jaya Shishun brought before them.
천천히 가자니까.
Next 18th candidate. Bloody hell, how many more people are there in this household? One of the Gia family. First meeting, the night was less than amicable, but I had a strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Jia Huan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent, hearing a familiar name, Bastard. I could feel that some sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man, closely following Jia Huan, holding what looked to be the egg of an abnormality, but also a familiar face. I'd seen him before. I'd seen him many times in Yithang's memories. Dente, are you seeing what they're wearing? Ego gears. It can be speculated that they have either developed their own method of extraction or have scavenged them from lobotomy corp. Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality. Are they planning to offer an abnormality egg? How's that an answer to anything? While there is room for interpretation, some may present a reasonable argued interpretation that abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality, so that linchpin of their success hinges on whether abnormalities egg that ends up being on which abnormalities eggs that end up being. If it's Big Brother Jia Huan, I know he's never going to risk his life on something he thinks will fail. One of the Jia family passes the first evaluation. Contrary to most of our wishes, Jia Huan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. One of them brought a thick book. One of them presented a cage so tiny that we couldn't see what was in it. I managed to pass, and some of them screaming into mysterious abyss. We watched the candidates come and go. People from N-Corp turned complete approached us. The candidates come for and go. People from N-Corp, their turn complete approach us. Yeah. Yet nearly as if twilight to arrive, thus early too is this meeting of ours. As if to prove his own words back in at the LCE, he's come to accept certain things as they are. Yiseng coolly regarded his old friend, who was now working for Encore. You must find the small bear in respite of yours quite enjoyable. I've not seen you jest as you do now since the league fell. For what do you now approach me? The rift is too great betwixt us to chatter on with any affection to speak of. Do not mistake my intent. For it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought I might as well see how you are faring. Looks like everyone's coming back to Dingyan now that the family hierarchy war started. Brother, this is our first meeting since then, right? If it wasn't that the doltish fool who has eyes but knows not how to see, I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention at the word hierarch. So, why are you here? Who are you and your stinking entourage working for this time? It is that shoe girl, blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within, or is it Shishu, who still defends you and your meaningless, fake, profound appeal? Deluge in her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood. Why didn't you save him? No, let me ask you a different question. Why did you save her and only her, Jayabeo? Brother, humans die. It's what they're born to do. The next candidate will be judged soon. Candidates please return to their seats. You're a servant, you're barely even a living thing. Let us return. This discourse will not bear any fruit. What's this, a reunion party? That sure soured things. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again. Nick our things, yeah. Maybe. But something about them feels different today. Whichever is the case, the safer option would be to place higher than them. Another one falls. His family has to be watching this, right? I wonder if they'll be okay. Claire mutters, watching another candidate fall down the trapdoor. I can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like. And Claire, the people sitting behind us, they're his parents, the guy who just fell. We raised that failure as our own son? What a pathetic disappointment. Don't worry, I have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we expected anything from this one, right? Now I see what it means to dedicate your whole life to becoming the family hierarch. Many people desperately vie for the seat of hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to have their friend or a close blood relative become the hierarch instead. Do they seek to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarch? See, without becoming one themselves. It's kind of a low shelf life. Looks like I finally got to know how my long lost siblings are doing, thanks to this unforeseen opportunity. 27th candidate, fan of the Chu family. I really like this character. Shu Pan? Have you heard that name before? Ah, he's big sis. Biao Chai. His older brother. Shu Pan walked up to the platform holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered over it. Hey, is it just me, or does that guy look like he's totally up to something? Let's be honest. Who here doesn't? Yeah, but that sounds different. Instead of ascending to the platform and into the curtains, he walked up to the podium. Mate, looks like he's completely lost the plot.
찾아 설반.
Kind of shoe pad. We'll ascend to the platform and enter the curtain's threshold. Where's the fun in walking down the straightforward road? It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone, wouldn't you agree? Lifts the jar on the ground. From within, a distinct hand emerges. Desiccated hand emerges. Pathetic sorcerer's trickery. Or she mumbled with palpable distaste. Why is he... What the heck is that? Corpses, their dissected flesh, covered in a light, sparse layer of old paper, sprawled out of the jar, and began to shamble. They're neither distortion nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags, or of entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness have been stripped from them. They'll attack indiscriminately. It seems like they just as intent on maiming and killing whoever they can get their claws on. Detective manager, we must prepare for battle. Your orders. The jar monster set upon the audience, suffering the struggle still beneath the victims into the jar. Why are the organizers doing anything? This is still an event hosted by a wing, isn't it? Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy that prohibits bringing arms to other people. So they're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? What the hell? What do we do now? Should we step in? We should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war. The heck are these? Away from me. Monsters began to swarm. Some cannons scattered away, while some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. It was simultaneously reminded of Sod and the confident smile she flashed at me as she assured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down.
창부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히네.
What the? Okay.
우리 엄지처럼 엄격한 거, 감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가는 거.
으타! 먹어 치워라!
Ooh.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어 있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데. 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
속에서 직접 밝혀주마. 속에서
Okay.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감.
Appreciate how easy you are to please sinner number 9.
갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
I just want to set that up since the healing and stuff is nice. The healing, I mean the shielding, and I think it does heal actually.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테.
Nope, of course I can never get good rolls on Hex now.
방금의 공격 혹시 그 자체였다.
엎드리도록. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
직접 밝혀주마. 속에서
탈출구가 전개였을 보면 머리가 쪼개지죠.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
It's a fun battle. I really like this like enemy. I'm still wondering what's up with them, cause like they're pretty weird. Ooh, good roll on what is cast.
최선의 방어를.
나라도 그렇게 했어. 나는 훌륭하군요. 받을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지. 그대 또한
꿰뚫려라.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13도 이하
Okay, just hit.
무쳐 잠들어.
네 피분수.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
와일드 헌트야. 위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
you dare hit a sorrow like that ever again.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 이 처리는 답답한 법이지.
좋아. 이번엔 제대로 들어가.
뭐?
창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데. 직접 밝혀준다. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 딴테.
I need a plus attack weight team. I'd like think about it. It'd be so peak. Be so peak.
탈출 개체 확인.
자, 체디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Ooh, nice.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 직접 밝혀준다.
중계의 안갚은 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각한다. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
대가리 딱 떼고.
네 피부에서
따뜻. 대단히 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
너만의 힘으로 끝내지 내가
승리를 이끌.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
나아가주게.
수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
꿰뚫려라. 산소를 경멸고 라샹.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
약 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리.
Okay, nice.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군.
되었습니다.
Alright. I remained inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, and the seats were once brimming with people only half filled. The cannon zone here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monster, having eaten their fill, had eventually crawled into the jar. Looking around and saw some candidates still holding tightly to the treasure they each had brought to the contest. Even as they drew their last breaths, in the midst of all this destruction stood the cause of the chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence.
이렇게 우둔하고 나약해서야 어찌 불로를 얻고 불사를 말할 수 있겠느냐? 어떻습니까? 불로 불사의 단서에 더해 거짓을 구한 자들을 없애는 보배까지 가져왔으니 이것이 저의 답입니다.
Your question.
그 항아리에 진흙을 구해왔구나.
살아남지 못한 이들은 가주의 자격을 갖추지 못했다 보는 것이 옳겠죠.
솔가반
He gets the pass when he almost got everyone in here killed.
저들의 기준에는
All that matters is
무엇이었던
the blood he
것이겠죠.
brought meets their standards.
겸사겸사
Like he managed to
자들도
get
일찌감치
two
제거해
birds with one stone. He eliminated the distracting rabble from competition.
혹시라도 2차전에서 만나게
If we
되면
ever run into that bastard in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28번째 참가자
The 8 candidates she dated,
사시 가문의
the She family. No one walked up to the platform. He has failed to appear. He is eliminated by default. Two more names and thereafter, but
29번
29th candidate, 13th candidate.
언뜻 보기에도 인원이
The
줄었고
number of candidates has literally been called. None appeared. Disappointing. My MB
확실히
of the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack.
남은 것들도 죄 지쳐
The leftovers are exhausted. She looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. Ah, that lug.
이런
That mother.
어디다가 흘려는 거야?
Well, I'll be. Thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around here, out here? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say hi, eh? Wow, he really is, Ryoshu, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, realized that she was anxious and furious. Do you know him? What an absolute unit. Logan's got to be at least 2 meters tall.
저자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테.
Do not look at that man, Dante, and everyone avert your eyes as well.
아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를.
It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him. That's right, you shrimps. You gotta first rack them teensy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you even come close to my rank before running a mouth, you hear? Shithead Lei Hyung. He's a finger. The thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structure, even among the fingers. His placement in the hierarchy is the highest amongst their capos. Rank is immediately beneath the position of Tadakapo, or underboss. A small mistake could drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunt us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as fast as everyone. Wei-Hing began stomping his way through the crowd towards us, casually but forcefully shoving anyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blithe and brutish, but I noticed his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd, some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd as though he was familiar with the kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd. "You there, you big brute! How dare you block young master Yangon Jiang He's view? I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nangong family, the house that shall soon be one of the 4 houses." Instead of replying, he heard a blast of gunpowder, and then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. Yikes! The scream muffled as Lei Hyung forcefully shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. With a loud ripped of the... Wow! Master Young Xiang He, ain't ya? You owe me an arm now. You owe me an arm now. My sorry, but you should keep a tighter leash on your boy's giant. The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand, though it was clear that he was utterly terrified. Lei Hing proceeded to grab his hand and break off his forearm like snapping a twig. I went easy on you, boy. Think a friendly face put me in a good mood. Ahoy! I don't reckon you missed the spider house. I can't imagine why anyone would. Give me the heebie-jeebies too. Anyway, I gotta swing by. We got some catching up to do later. I'll catch you. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good, right, like back when. Weren't mine the best of 'em all? I thought I taught you how to make every cut real freaking delicious. Ryoshu, now it's not yet the time. Faust whispers to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second. Faust trusts that you'll still remember the promise made prior to your employment. That stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson either, like back when. Your baby's still at that house, ain't that right? Ryoshu grabbed the hilt of her sword like she was about to sheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our journey. Am I wrong about that? Just what in tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business. You gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Yeah. Now ain't that something? So, you really fiction to unsheath that blade? Miss Ryoshu? In quiet but stern voice, Faust called Ryoshu's name. Ryoshu. Ah, dang it. From the gosh dang. Ah, my bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. Y'all gotta understand. Alrighty then. I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the hall as he loudly and boisterously answered the call. He's gotta be here for the family hierarchy war, right? The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines the immediate foreseeable future of H Corp, which brings parties of varying possibility clashing interests here. Hey, he's noticed you didn't rush ahead this time. His word is going to go down like go down like it was going to. His word is going to be like the time with the middle. I know a thing or two about the thumb back from my syndicate days. About what happened with the middle. Like I said, I had no bloody idea who those things belonged to. Besides, that sod is more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Hing, I found Ryoshu frozen in place in the same position she had been when Lei Hing walked past her, spacing out. By the way, all the way to the pinky, huh? She muttered something to herself, and even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates.
32번째 참가자 가치우.
Yeah, Zhang called upon the next candidate, and at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that had swallowed the hall immediately settled into a hushed silence. JQ walked up to the platform and accompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to JQ? Q. I've never met them before. Oh, then that must mean their big brother JQ's answer to mortality. Who could they possibly be? Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat, but they're both constantly looking around like they're nervous. They are. Best believes that they are survivors of the library. Oh, survivors? The only ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds of the insurmountable force. They're the only survivors who may be able to explain the force, possibly.
1차 심사 참가자.
He walked out soon after, still the expression unchanged from when he entered. The testimony rings true. They are both survivors from the place that soared beyond the stars of the city before it vanished. It is a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passed. JQ's expression did not budge. Anxiety's gotta be foreign concept to that guy. Then that covers all the candidates, it seems. With the first round complete to all 4 families who have graced this hall. Excuse me! Unlike Jack Hugh, with a parent plunged the hall into stutter stillness, hung loose at an interjection roused the room to a roaring chaos of confusion once again. Boo, what? I think you might have missed a candidate.
그게 무슨 말이냐?
What do you mean? I believe I've covered every candidate present in the list. You missed me! JB of the J family will partake in the family hierarchy evaluation.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나?
Is it over? Have I truly slain them all? Then why? Why won't this rage end?
가보고 가나?
Isn't that JB? What's that doing here? And what did he say? I had a feeling this was going to happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Arc one and all, and get upon our glory. In the 11th hour doth the final band of heroes arrive. He saying, don't pretend you're not with us. At least give the audience a wave. I don't think they're talking the announcement. They're taking the announcement too well. Unfortunately, the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws and have been opened past a certain degree. As a result observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audience. The candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. What's going on? I thought Bay wasn't participating in the hierarchy war. Think. Explain yourself now. Mithra told me to grab your sword like my life depended on it. Said that exact phrase. Blimey, can we just... She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me that if you ever said something like that, can't we just give him a good old beating and be done with it? What a throwback. Ikora, my demand decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your body marred. Withdraw your name. It isn't too late now. I'm heading in, Father. 33rd candidate, Bayo of the Gia family. Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And what about you, Ryoshu? I'm itching to get chopping. Need to vent that shitty feeling. Are you sure you're going to be okay, Fal? It's something that they must be done regardless of the soundness of its participant. Yeah, Fal spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this? Okay, guess there's the one. And when Ryosha and I walked up to the platform, up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be. Enter the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtain as instructed, we saw Jia Xuan, Jia Mu, and Jia Xiang waiting for us inside. I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart, but to see you aspire to the seat of the hierarchy is indeed a sight most curious. It's been a while, big sis. Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well? I have seen and learned much, as you must have, Beoyu. Now, I see your true reason for returning home today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge. So you did. Now that you have revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well, now present the answer you have brought here today. I'm sure you've already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now explaining to you what was they brought. So I suppose you would much prefer that I give you a straightforward visual demonstration that make you sit through a 1,000-word lecture. Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them is resurrection via Dante's power to show them that to us death is a temporary setback, and the most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be to Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something. You are truly the least dreary part of the day, Baru. Ah, I see. So the most effective way to do it would be for me to get killed in front of them, without any room for ambiguity at that. Yes. Then, does that mean that one of us has to, make sure that Honglu no longer lives? Wait, no need to beat around the bush. Remember that we did to each other when we first met. Then Heathcliff, is that implication that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation? Murder, mate. Do you really have to put it like that? Verily, I do not wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have. It may be a stretch to say that. It is fortunate, however, we seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out this task in a most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. And everyone immediately turned to look at. Oh. So, how would you like to be cut? Puff this. Where's that fuckerling? How's he working? Who's he working with? Seems that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshu from her thoughts. Jiamu watched in silence, motionless in her seat. You have split his brain in half. You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance should be able to bring him back now. You. Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgression you will clock spin it. And so it turned. In one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all began to reconnect like rewinding a videotape. Yeah. Why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshu's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't feel even the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying. Who is that? I truly realize that it has been a while since we've met. It has grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows appear outside the curtains surrounding us before I even realize what has happened. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey, the high show are here. The task was to find an answer to freedom from aging and death, not to break a taboo and participate in the destruction of our home. It has not been long since the family once led H Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of Hongxian again. Jiang Yangshun appeared ready to command the Heisho to kill us all, but Yamu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You will wait, Venerable Jiamu. Once the resurrection is complete, the head will. We must end this before they hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either our treasure and a clue to mortality. Hunglu was whole again. Ah, thank you, Ryoshu. Really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. No problem. Grandmother, big sister, Yang-chan. Did you see that? This is the immortality I found. Are we safe? It ought to be owed. A swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtain. Jayabeo, the first round of the family hierarchy evaluations you pass. Beo of the Jaya family passes. What trickery is this? Thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hongyan, like a jobless rich kid. When did he manage to find his own answer? Thus ends the first round. Those who passed must prepare for the second round, that to commence tomorrow. Remember, the candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the commencement of the second round of the evaluations. This is your one and only rule, thus remember it well. Anyone who dares break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Jaya Zheng announced at the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing towards the first floor. Getting mixed up with the crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed, let us immediately return to Honglu's room. And we decided to slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, stood Jaya Hugh in our path. Oh, big brother, Q! Congratulations on passing the first round. I hear that you have passed as well. Young master, congratulations are in order, it seems. How did that you, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition towards the seat of the hierarch, suddenly emerge as one of its candidates, positively stealing the show? Well, you know, sometimes people get swept away by random surges of ambition. Wasn't that surge of ambition your company's and not young Master Beo's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well. Have we not impressed upon you enough that you were too nicely remain within the borders? Instead, he sparked such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter. I had thought that his only role in this design was to be played as a pawn by Jayashishun, no more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master. Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequences? I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, Brother Q. Bayu of the Jia family formally extends his greeting to you. I realize it's the first time we're meeting face to face since I reached adulthood. Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch Big Brother Yihao and Mr. King Tao's heads back onto their bodies? Cliff was the first to let flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed. I guess that's just how siblings of Hongyan greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Baochi was just a particularly nice exception. Rare Chai, you ask a question that deserves no answer. You have arrived here unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come. If your mind hadn't changed, then it would have If your mind hadn't changed, then it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were. Yes, thanks for your concern. This facade of wisdom and pensiveness were upon your speech is truly intractable. Yeah. Do I do that? Nothing, Jayaku's hand tightened on his wrap, and Ishmael quickly jumped in. Oh, in case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully, I'm not the only one who remembers that. If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there's consequences. Aldous, you've reached the preparation, right? You've reached the preparations, right? Mm-hmm. The reinforcements are standing by the front gates. Huh? Which is why I am warning you. Taking rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us. An outpost of an illusory army in an empty fortress. Though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt. I am not intent on fighting you here. Jabu, you will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities. Yeah. Yet if he wishes to challenge and be broken, then perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. With that, they turned around and left us. It seems they were here only to give us a warning. What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight GQ and his Heisho pack. They did see right through us in the end, but hey, nice teamwork, Aldous. What unbelievable impudence. Did you notice how they did not even glance at the rest of us, though, through that entire exchange? Beuchi peeked out from a pillar before walking up to Onglu. You passed the first round? I'm so happy for you, Beo. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't imagine even in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war. Congratulations to you, big sis, Biochai, for passing the first round. Gathering from the fact that you hid it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right? Yeah. Imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. I'm starting to feel kind of bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everyone. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you, then I want to say I'm so happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have already left Dengyan so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the hierarchy war. That would have been too bad. I'm so glad that we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other. Okay? Shum, Ryocha left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm getting off Limbus for tonight. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'll have time to finish the little Canto segment, and then I'll probably do MD. What? Hello? Okay, yeah.